Can you hear me? How about now? Good? Okay. How you been? You been alright, Gandalf? As long as it's good for you, I guess that's all that matters. That might be the right step for you. Just make sure it's a step that you won't look back at. Or just take a break or something. Short breaks are fun. Short breaks. Is your family pushing you to get one? Trust your intuition. Why do you want to have a job? You know, I didn't know this at your age, but society isn't. You shouldn't 100% commit to society, being a full functioning member of society. Because society is crazy. It'll drive you crazy. Kinda like you gotta do what you feel like doing. There has to be balance. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't just do things because society is telling you to do so. That's my point. Detach from that. Detach. Yeah. For everybody. But it depends on what kind of job you get, really. If you just get a dead-end job, like a 9-to-5 job, those jobs are for temporary. You really gotta think how your boss is gonna treat you, your coworkers, how they're gonna treat you. It's tough. The world is of Satan. I don't want to get too deep into this. It's good. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, don't just do things because everybody else is doing so. Maybe you need some time to realize who you are. Maybe you need time to grow. You know? Because that's what I need at your age. You're 20-something. You're in your early 20s. If I remember correctly. That is what I needed at your age. Okay. You're lucky you have social media like this, YouTube. You can talk to people like me who've been through all of that and who is willing to give proper advice to people like you. I guess you're lucky you've landed on my channel, because if you want to have a job, make sure you're prepared. And by that I mean, get a good job. Get a good paying job where they value their workers, their employees. Find a job that pays well, and usually those jobs, they value their employees. Those are jobs you want to get, not physical labor. You know what I mean? Or you might want to get that crappy dead-end job as an experience to know what it's like, I guess. It's good that you want to build character though. A lot of people, they don't want to. You're on the right path. But I think you're just squeezing out too much of what isn't there. Really try to relax and think Think from hindsight. Three months since you graduated? Well, I gave you advice. I don't need you to take it or disregard it. Do what you gotta do. What you feel like you must do it. I've been through hell and back, man. And sometimes I don't even think I've gotten out of that. What are your plans for today, Vandal? Just relaxing at home? 사람이 안 들어와요. 시작할까? Blanca and Eddie. Yeah, I think it is. I think they messed up with the matchmaking. 매치메이킹 잘 안 되죠. 심영보님도 내 건 잘 안 되던데. 되다 말고 그러더라. Yeah, Tekken ranked matchmaking, man. Hey, guess what, Vanov? I'm doing low carb just like you. I started yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. As low as I can possibly get. 아 뭐야. 아 진짜 이거 좀 고쳐야 되는데. 아 나 진짜 짜증이 난다. 아 진짜 패치할 때 고쳐줄 줄 알았는데. 라운지로 갈까? It's bad for you, man. At least you're cutting down somewhat. If you do low carb, I've done low carb 3 months at a time, one time, 2 times I think. 3 months at a time, one time, and a month and a half at one time. Three months one time and one and a half months at one time. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
There we go. Finally.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, it's been hot lately.
Round 1.
Yeah, finally. Oh damn! I didn't read that. I didn't see the news. about that. Okay. Oh. 좀 되는데 그래도 못해요. 아. 그 버튼을 눌러요. 그 쉐어 버튼. 방송이라고 밑에 나와 있을 거예요. 아, 뭐. 돼요? 잠깐만요. 아, 진짜, 그런가. 아, 다른 생각하고 있다가 죽었잖아요. 네. 잠깐만. 이거 보여요? 이 버튼. I should, huh?
Get ready for the next battle.
No, one of my viewers is asking how to broadcast on PlayStation. Hey Vanda, you should go low carb like me. My mind was too occupied. Playing stick is fun, but I'm just not 100% efficient with it, I guess. I have arthritis in my left ring finger. There's even blood. It's even scarred too. 아니요. 스틱. 범버 옵시디언 2. Hey, what was the thing you were gonna tell me, Nanda? What happened in Indonesia? No. On the news. Yeah. 구글 쳐봐요. 지금 누구랑 대화 중이라서. Oh, damn. Wait, so in your area there's smog? Or did it spread out from your area to another country? Oh, they spread in your area and to another country. Yeah. 가능해요. Damn, dude. I remember when I was in California, there was a smog. I think it was twice. I lived in Orange County. That's unfortunate. Are you living under the smog? Are you living under it? Oh, damn. You're in trouble. Wear a mask or something, man. 아, 지금 못 가르쳐줘요. 시청자도 한 명 있는데, 심영보님 가르쳐주느라, 시간 빼앗기기 싫어요. 인터넷 처음 찾아보라니까요. 심영보님. I gotta stop fucking around. know that? Counter it can launch.
Get ready for the next battle.
They say low carb cures schizophrenia. Low carb cures schizophrenia. You didn't know that? It's all over the internet now. No, I said low carb cures schizophrenia. And then I said, I hope it works for me. I'm not talking about you. You don't even have schizophrenia. Yeah, cure. Remission or cure. Cure, not cause. Yeah, schizo. No.
Get ready for the next battle.
저 못하는데. Look it up on YouTube when you have the time. It's known everywhere on YouTube that low carb cures schizo. lag. 알겠어요. 이제 2판만 하고. 이 사람 렉 쓰고 있어. 계급이 뭔데요? Oh, that was the reason why? 알겠어요. 아, 이 사람 왜 제 친구도 Hey, do you wanna go three-way with this one of my viewers? Stand up? Are you home? One of my viewers wants to play. I was wondering if you wanted to join.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah. He sounds pretty confident. He's trying to practice his pocket characters.
Round two.
He says. Why did I rematch this person? Okay, nice. Hey Bandov, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You don't have to listen to me because I actually would prefer you to experience it yourself. But friends come and go. But the ideal relationship that you would want to have is an acquaintance. Friends are dangerous, man.
Round three. Fight.
No. I was gonna give you advice. Listen to what I said. Hold on. Alright. 잠깐만. 이게 무슨 말씀이야? 영어를 잘 몰라요. 테러가 뭐야? 아, 됐다. 제가 초대할게요. 기다려요. 네. 같이 하려고 했는데 괜찮을까요? 수면보님 그거 뭐야? Thank you, Koi. Thanks for stopping by. 수면보님 이름 뭐죠? 저랑 비슷해요. 엠퍼러예요, 엠퍼러. 얼른 알려주세요. 아, 친구 목록 비워놔야 되나? 네. 너무 시간 때운다. 심연보니. (1분) 드릴게요. 없대잖아요. 훈마 퍼치 없잖아요. 마지막 기회 드릴게요. No. 죄송해요. 다른 사람이랑 하세요. This guy's trolling. I knew he was a troll, but I just had some hope that he'd change his mind. It's just me and you, Vendor. Sure. I gotta block this guy. He's been fucking around too much. Oops.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, the reason why I said what I said earlier about friends, having friends, is because you told me that you would, I heard you say that you drink often with your friends, and I'm just trying to look out for you.
Kazuya.
Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
A lot of haters on my channel. Nice. Damn. That'll piss you off. Oh no. Nice.
Final round. Fight.
Why do I keep doing that? Dead. Damn, man.
So let's start with myth number 1. Okay? And this is the myth that has to be debunked. Until this one is debunked, nothing will ever happen. Right? This is the nugget of truth we gotta start here. It's with this notion that calorie is a calorie. The industry says it's about calories, it's about energy balance, it's about calories and calories out. Therefore, it's about 2 behaviors, gluttony and sloth. Therefore, because it's about 2 behaviors, if you're fat, it's your fault. Therefore, diet and exercise. Therefore, any calorie can be part of a balanced diet. Therefore, don't pick on our calories, go pick on somebody else's calories. Alright? All of that comes from this notion that calories are fungible. That it doesn't matter what you eat, it matters how much you eat. That's basically what they say. And they say that that's personal responsibility. So, what they've done in one fell swoop with one concept is put the onus on the victim and assuage their own culpability. Works for them. The question is it true?
Your TEKKEN power is similar.
And the answer is we have so much data to show that this is the biggest lie in a family podcast. I gotta be careful. I can't tell you how big a piece of, this is bigger, okay, than Randy Marsh's South Park. That's how big it is. It is so long. It was long from the day it was conceived, and it was long until the day we finally crashed it. And the problem is the food industry will continue to increase the belief of this because it's their protection. It's their nature. They have convinced us all that it is true. And it is not true. It is the biggest lie there ever was. So we've got to start there. So, how can I prove it's a lie? Right? It's a lie.
Keep getting hit by the stupidest stuff.
Let's start with almonds. Drew, you like almonds? Almonds are great. Okay? But almonds are relatively high density, in terms of calories. So you eat 160 calories in almonds. Okay? I'm just discussing. How many of those calories do you absorb? Good question. Turns out the answer is not 30. It ain't 60. It's 30. Or the other 30. The metabolic processes of a fiber. And there are two kinds of fiber. This becomes very important because remember I've talked about sugar, no fiber, sugar, high fiber, right? Soluble. So soluble fiber is like peptides. It's jelly together. Hydrogen. Insoluble fiber is the stringy, it's like cellulose, the stringy stuff in the cell. Okay? Almonds have both. The stringy stuff sets up a lot of swarm on the inside of the blood. Soluble fiber are clogging and together form an impenetrable barrier. You can actually see it on the plastic whitish secondary barrier that inhibits the absorption of simple sugars, fructose, sucrose, and starches in the duodenum so that they do not go via the oral vein to reach the liver and then means that the liver stays healthy, protecting with the fiber in the almonds. So the liver doesn't get the excess, in which case then the excess fat is processed in normal lipogenesis or fat leakage, which is what fructose does. And you don't generate the insulin resistance because you generate a certain glucose response. This all has to do with the concept of glycemic load of the kidney insulin. Okay, that keeps you metabolically healthy because insulin's the bad guy in the story. Insulin drives growth disease because insulin drives growth, abnormal growth. It drives vascular disease. It promotes prostate, breast growth. That's why you get prostate cancer because of the insulin. Well, okay, so you didn't generate as big an insulin response because you didn't absorb those calories. So we're those 30 calories now to the next one, which is sugar. Okay, sugar. That's what bacteria. That's what bacteria. So those bacteria, they want those 30 calories. So they chew up the calories. So you have 10 trillion cells in the body of 100 trillion bacteria in your intestine. They have 10 to 1. You are just a big bag of bacteria with flavors. Okay, those bacteria need to stay alive. Or they eat what you eat. The question is how much did you eat versus how much they eat. And when you consume those almonds, you consume the fiber. And that fiber meant that those 30 calories weren't for you. They were for your microbiome. So even though you ate them, even though they passed past your lips, even though they registered as a calorie eat, they were not a calorie consumed. So who cares how many calories you ate? You care about how many calories you absorb. Well, is that measured in a calorie is a calorie? No. So a calorie is not a calorie. So if it came with fiber, that calorie wasn't for you. Okay. So protein is made up of amino acids. There are 20 amino acids. Right? Some of them are essential amino acids you have to consume them. Some of them your body can make from essential amino acids. But there are 20 amino acids. Now, if you are building muscle, you need those amino acids. Because muscle is primarily protein, actin, myosin, etc. Alright? So, bodybuilders who are building muscle, they take scoops of protein powder and put it in their Vitamix to make their smoothies, right? Okay,
you said
they're
first
building
too.
muscle, and so they need those amino acids.
This is
They're essential.
last match.
What if you're and what if you consume excess protein, excess amino acids? What if you ended up going to, the steakhouse and you ordered that porterhouse for two and you ate the whole thing yourself? Okay? Now what? Where is the protein going to go? Is there a storehouse for protein? And the answer is, yeah, your muscle. But if you're not building muscle, then that's not your storehouse. So what happens to the excess? What happened to the other half of the porterhouse? Well, has to turn into energy. So the liver has to take the amino acid. Deamination. Now, once that happens, that amino acid now becomes organic acid. That organic acid now enters the Krebs cycle, which is the cycle that makes the ATP. And so you can generate energy from that amino acid. Once it's it turns out that process of deamination, making that amino acid, costs okay, it costs energy, and it costs twice as much energy as what your liver has to do to prepare carbohydrate. So there's a net deficit from protein versus carbohydrate when you are turning into ATP. So even though protein and carbohydrate are both 4 calories per gram, when you're running protein, you actually generate fewer ATPs than when you're burning carbohydrate. Therefore, calories not a calorie. Because you started with the same number of calories on the calorimeter, you can't get up level numbers of ATPs. Number 3, fats. So over here on the side we have omega-3 fatty acids, heart healthy, anti-inflammatory, anti-Alzheimer's, cellular, anti-depression. Okay, this is the best thing you can do without question. Over here we have trans fats, the devil of carnage. Okay, consumable poison. Made in the lab. The reason that we put the trans fats in the food is because the bacteria couldn't break the trans double bonds and saturation. So they grow up. That's why we have the 9-year-old 20. Right? The point is, our mitochondria in our cells are refurbished. Well, guess what? Our mitochondria can't break that bond either. So when you consume trans fats, you are basically laying down poison in your liver and in your arteries because you can't break it all the way down to carbon dioxide and ATP because that trans double bond. So you need more trans double bonds in your diet. Food and drink, whatever. Again, another reason why the process is poison. The point is, over here we got
How do I get this?
Because a calorie is not a calorie. Because different foods must have different functions. And then lastly, my favorite, one we started with, fructose and glucose. Glucose is the energy of life, and fructose is boost. It's a chronic dose-dependent mitochondrial flux. So, it's not how much you eat, it's specifically what your body does that matters. And that just blows the whole concept of calories right out. So, we gotta start. That's where the food industry is on. And that's where we get off. The problem is, the food industry is still hitting it as hard as they possibly can. Because this is the concept that keeps them out of work. Because as soon as a calorie is not a calorie, guess what? You're going to get acids and it's already
Hey YouTube, if you enjoyed what you just saw, keep watching for more great content on how to improve your brain and for Americans, particularly in weight loss. That's a huge health benefit right there, right? Fast, but in terms of longevity.
Oh, man. Ah, that was close.
We talk about all the negative downsides of fructose. How do we, in a practical way, eat in a way where fructose isn't going to damage our mitochondria, which again is at the top of this whole chain, and then all the problems are downstream?
very simple. Eat fruit. That's it. In terms of fructose content, you need to look at the added sugars on the side of the fruit. Fruit doesn't have
Wanna play more?
That's okay. Food that doesn't have a label has to be processed.
And then now,
Food that doesn't have a label.
I gotta urinate.
The minute they do
You wanna
something
wait?
to food, now they gotta put a label on it.
I'll be
So
right back.
If you have a label on it, you have to look at the degree of processing. And one of the ways to do that is to look at the number of grams of added sugar.
I'll be right back.
That's now listed on the label. And the higher that is, the more you don't want it. It's just that simple. The goal is to keep your consumption of added sugars below 25 grams a day. That'd be 6 teaspoons. That's about what your liver can handle. Very similar, by the way, to what your liver can do with alcohol. That's about as much as your liver can handle alcohol, too. The reason is because alcohol and fructose metabolize the same way. So it makes sense that about 6 teaspoons of sugar, therefore 3 teaspoons or 12 grams of fructose, 25 grams of sugar, because they're 50-50, would be sort of the max. If you eat whole food, you have nothing to worry about. Because if you eat whole food, your fructose content beyond fruit is minimal. And the fruit has fructose, but not very much, and you're not going to absorb it because of the fiber. So, the goal is to eat as unprocessed a diet as you can. And whether you want to go more toward the plant-based or whether you want to go more toward the animal-based, I think that's up to you. What do you prefer? Okay, I don't have a horse in the race. Either one will work. Either one can be healthy. Now, if you go extremes on either side, there might be problems depending on how you do it. So, there you might need supplementation. But if you stick in the middle, you can go either way. I personally think the pescatarian diet is like the best diet. That's the one I would choose if I could get everybody to recognize that fish has some really good things in it, and things you can't get pretty much anywhere else. And so you want to eat mostly vegetables, fine, right? add a little bit of fish so you get your omega-3s, your methionine, and we're good to go.
Are you a pescatarian?
I eat meat. I shouldn't say I'm a pescatarian because that suggests I don't eat meat. I'm sort of a flexitarian. Is really what I am. Let me be honest. I love fish. I eat fish as often as I can, but I do eat meat. You might see me barbecuing. No question. I consider myself a flexitarian.
I know we're coming up on time, but I want to hit on two quick things before we part ways. One being that when we think of fructose being a problem, the way I'm hearing you say it is that it becomes a problem when it's out of its ultimate form. But the thing I want to caveat and add to that is the fact that we can process things through kitchen, through juicing and blending, pulverizing fruit up into very fine bits to or juicing. Then we're no longer, even though that fruit didn't have a label originally, we're no longer talking about it from this perspective of having that safety net of fiber.
That's right. As soon as you juice it, as soon as you pulverize it, as soon as you smoothie it, it's not whole anymore. And you'll notice, if you buy an orange in the store, it doesn't have anything. But if you buy an orange
that's bullshit.
bottle, it does have a
Would have been bullshit if I lost.
Maybe nothing's been added. Something's been processed. And now it needs a label. That's the way you can look at it. So every label is a warning label. And you have to look at the label to determine how much of a warning it is. It might not be that much more. It might be a very big warning. And there are ways to figure it out. I look at them all up there on the internet. I posted on this. Well, it's not what's in it. And sometimes you can't learn information.
If you enjoyed that clip, press here for the full episode. I'll see you over there.
Well, it's not what's in it, it's what's been done to the everything fructose does to the mitochondria is designed to inhibit something. It's metabolic function. I'm not going to demonise the fruit, but I'm certainly not going to glorify it. So it's fascinating if you look back to see how much propaganda is around the fruit. In fact, Zoe Harkins here chatted about this some time ago, and I borrowed some of it. You can't be on plane for everything here. So we're listening to battle against lifestyle related to we need to gather and think of what we need. We're listening to more and dramatically so. Obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, bring up society. The enemy is in our battle is what we eat, not what we do or what we don't do. The enemy, I believe, processed food and I'm getting one is sugar, added sugar. So where does fruit fit into that equation? I don't believe fruit is nearly as good for you as we've been led to believe. On grade, the entire red, you could have red 3 veg and a fruit was a treat.
Up and
Put the term fruit and veg in the same sentence. When did that change? I propose that our recommended intake of fruit is one of the greatest marketing campaigns of the last few decades. The falsity of advertising has been around not just in the last 30 years, but since the beginning of time. We continue to be fueled by nature. So with the right information about food, particularly fruit, you can make an informed choice. Is fruit your friend or foe? Let's explore that. So I went out on a food gathering recently. Some fruit now found an orange in our backyard. It's not a particularly great orange. It's not even very sweet. But that's all we can manage. I found nothing in the local apple orchard. I then made my way to my local supermarket. What a surprise to find all the fruit advertised as local and fresh. So I wondered what unnatural processes our food industry would take to make that fruit. Maybe fruit is a protein. So let me firstly define fruit as this full of modern fruit. I don't want to be comparing apples and oranges. And I don't want to be accused of cherry picking my data.
this guy's funny.
Sorry, there we go. So I propose modern fruit is largely natural. Modern fruit is the sweet fruit that we see at our supermarket every day. I'm not discussing fruit as anything legal today. Or unconditioned fruit like this, avocado, bananas, and nuts, chemical. So where does fruit fit into our history? Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with the original sin. What did God try and tell us about fruit? Plucking that fruit off a tree tells us that piece of fruit was advertised by the snake to be better for us than it actually was. So we continue to hear that advertised message. Fruit continues to be advertised as being better for us than it really is. So what does the fruit want from us? The fruit wants us as animals to spread its seed when it's ripe. Its survival depends on it. It advertises itself by bright colours, being shiny and sweet, attracting mollusks. Fruit hasn't yet moved out. The weird chocolate seed and its extravagant on the rock. Have you noticed those chocolate wrappers? Advertising themselves by bright colours, being shiny and sweet, to attract cute mollusks. So what do we want as animals? From the fruit. In nature we have scheduled obesity. Native animals wait for the sugar content to go up in the fruit. We know that possums will strip a tree bare in a night, 2 nights before we want to pucker ourselves, and they'll turn that sugar into fat for winter. Scheduled obesity is there for us as animals at the time of plenty. It makes us hungry, makes us gorge on more fruit to turn us into fat for the lean winter months. Fruit is there in nature for scheduled obesity. It's perfectly natural to eat fruit in season to make us fat for winter. So a bit more history. In 1865, a letter on Hawthorns written by William Banting. For the obese and those who are inclined to be so, avoid eating fruits of all kinds, fresh and preserved. Move ahead to 1948, Raymond Green's Management of Obesity chapter in the Practice of Technology. Avoid carbohydrates, to talk for another day. Avoid sugar. Avoid more sugar. And containing sugar, bananas, grapes, which would not be likely available to eat. So in the mid-20th 20th century, still had green growth, selling us green vegetables all year round, and only into the seasonal fruit. Early food guides recommended vegetables.
Trying to get a hold of
these. No specific number. In 1992, experimental made on by the American Department of Agriculture. 325 to 90 per day. So where did that number come from? Strangely enough, it appears to have just been made up. Very hard to keep by there's certainly no science behind it. So in 1991, the American National Cancer Institute did small studies showing some benefit of fruit vegetables in cancer prevention, and those studies were later shown to be related to socioeconomic benefits rather than fruit and vegetable intake. They then met up with about 40 major players in the food industry, and they decided to enjoy vegetables both fruit and vegetable intake to prevent cancer. 5 a day fruit and vegetables were just made up in California meeting. The produce of Venezuela Foundation
I saw it.
with their marketing fruit and vegetables to prevent cancer. It was well-intentioned initially. In 2005, the foundation switched partnerships with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Fruit and veggies were now there good for more health rather than just cancer. Unfortunately, there does not appear to be actual research. The initial group set up the Fruits and Veggies Reform Act not-for-profit organisation in 1991. This group was formed to promote fruit and vegetable sales, and they are now proudly financed by 300 fruit and vegetable businesses, including Kellogg's, Nestle, PepsiCo, Monsanto, and Hershey.
Why do you hit me at the exact time I pressed forward? It's been happening the whole time.
The fruit industry has conveniently taken over the market of cancer institutes and control. That's all to try and decrease cancer and health. So did that work? So in 1991, the Ethnic Cancer and Nutrition Study of 400,000
That's
the results published in 2010, there was no conclusive evidence that fruit and vegetable intake had any amount in anything to cancer rates. In the last 45 years, we've actually increased our intake of fruit and vegetables, as has been advised. However, our health deteriorating at the same time frame against obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, dementia, and cancer rates have all gone up. One disease is out of control. Now, I realise I'm not expecting oil, but certainly increasing our fruit intake hasn't solved anything. Since society is increasing the rate of control of sugar in a wide variety of conditions, heart disease is linked to our sugar consumption. How much added sugar should we be having? Well, the World Health Organisation weighed in 2015, recommending litters, again, obviously about 5% total energy, that's about 25 grams, and 6 teaspoons of sugar for an adult male and less than sugar in loads of processed foods and is converted more into the process of sweet fruits. Fruits have a mixture of glucose and fructose. Fructose has been called fruit sugar. That's the natural source. It's also a marketing term to naturalise the basic sugar connotations. Glucose and fructose have the same number of carbs, hydrogen, glucose and oxygen atoms, but in different configurations and different metabolism. So let's look at glucose quickly. Glucose is absorbed from the gut straight to the brain, muscle, underneath across the big cell. Glucose is glycogen and any extra. There's only about 4 grams of glucose per bloodstream at any point in time. Anything more than 1 teaspoon goes towards fat storage under the what you do not use is basically gets stored in glycogen and most of its fat. Each slice of bread is about 5 grams of glucose of sugar, mostly eggs and fat. While each apple has about the same 5 grams of sugar as a mix of glucose and fat. Again, what can't be read is stored as fat. The other half of the sugar is fructose. Something you may have seen my talks on this in the past, and this is abbreviated on metabolism, which was only described in 2010. So people with metabolism and the understanding of the brand is not detectable, and therefore the prior to is obsolete. And unfortunately, those guidelines are being based on evidence and obsolete. That's a huge problem. So fructose complex metabolism is an individual cell. So we put fructose into the cell up at the top right, top left. Small amount gets converted to glycogen. Just like in a winery, fruit is made into alcohol. There's an aldehyde pathway that allows the liver to ferment the fructose. Too much fructose is associated with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease via excess fat storage. Fructose degradation ends up with a waste product of uric acid associated with gout, but more importantly, uric acid affects nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is critical to maintaining our circulation and health, and uric acid inhibits the production of nitric oxide. Three forms of nitric oxide. There's a neuronal one which maintains our brain blood supply. There's an endothelial one which acts as a vasodilator for our blood vessels. And there's an inducible form which is involved in our white cell mobility around the body. Uric acid inhibits the effect of nitric oxide, decreases blood supply to the brain, as indicated in the causes.
For somebody right now that is having a diet that still has quite a bit of refined carbs and fructose, and now they're tuned into what we're talking about here today, the low carb diet and lifestyle, how do they go about making that switch? Do you recommend doing it slowly over time? Because somebody who has been on a diet like that for years and years, I can imagine trying to switch it like a light switch overnight is going to be very challenging. So how do people do that in a practical sense?
A light bulb moment for me in 2012 was when I worked out and came across this stuff. If you're insulin resistant, overweight, 30% of the carbohydrate you eat gets converted into fructose. It's called polynol. So fructose is not good. Glucose, carbohydrate, is converted into fructose. Glucose in excess, and I've made an argument of 4 grams of 1 teaspoon of glucose starts having a negative effect on the system. Pushes up the insulin levels, gets stored in the fat, creates inflammation of the blood vessels. So the very first way to go about this is to actually understand the problem, becoming educated yourself. Sealants just complicate the whole layout of inflammation, so they become oxidized and creates inflammation on top of the glucose and fructose combination. So your decision as to what you want to do will be based on what your personal requirements are. Some people, and there's a whole variety, there's a whole spectrum. So if you've got very poor people, you might want to go hard. If you think you're pretty healthy and you've got no major issues, you may just want to move into this slowly. If you go into it quickly, then you're going to be exposing yourself to what's called keto flu. It's not flu, it's not contagious. It just means you're going to be moving from a state of carbohydrate dependence. One of the first things happens if you eat a lot of carbohydrate, then your body produces a lot of insulin to store that as fat. So inflammatory, so it's tube inflammation. But the fat storage thing is that you will actually find a lot of salt. So if you actually reduce your insulin quickly, your body will excrete a lot of salt, and it will do that with inflammation. So some people who decide to go hardcore low carb will lose a few kilos in a few days. They'll be paying it out with salt. And if you're losing that salt, you're actually going to feel good. And you feel headache, you get this called keto flu. It can come on for a few days and you get the headaches and it can last for 10 days. So if you're going to go hardcore, I think you need to be aware to have the of your salt intake. And again, this is a whole myth about salt. James Dean Nicolatino was going to say that slowly, he's got great with the salt fix.
And James has gone into this great detail. And again, a lot of myths, a lot of understanding of what's solid. We're born of the ocean. And if you believe in evolution, we come out of the ocean. Our salt's going to give you salt water. We need salt. You've got a kidney function. You will excrete salt. And so the vast majority of people is almost impossible to have too much salt in the diet. Because you just get rid of it. Arguably, we've got to change it. Making so that you actually got a like a ticket. If you have 2 recommendations of recommendations, is a bliss point probably higher than the recommendations. And if you sure you increase your intake dramatically, you might have some minor changes, but it's nowhere near as much as up and down. Most people's kidneys over time can maintain their levels. They can probably do most people continuously throw on salt. And you're not eating ultra processed food. You probably need more salt. A, you're not having the insulin, or B, it's not coming from the salt load anyway. So we sprinkle salt on our food all the time. Follow salt and throw it on. And then I'll pick it up if I'm having too much. So again, that scenario, if you're having keto flu, you're going to need some salt because A, you're stopping the salt intake. B, your body's getting rid of a lot of the salt without with the insulin. If you're going to do it slower, which is what happened for us, the story in our household was I came across the perils of sugar. So I said, okay, we'll have about sugar. Then it is the seed oils. So I got rid of those. And then I said, hang on, carbohydrate is the polymer carbohydrate. See if we can get back to the learning more and more about using resistance. I hope the population doesn't realise that what we've been learning about this whole topic of insulin resistance is 10 years old.
You did it myself.
I'm proud to be part of that wide brain that's actually going forward. It's brand new knowledge for the last 20 years. So I didn't say to Linda, okay, all those carbs are going to go. Use it to turn these carrots in. So you've got empty bag and rich. Linda looked at me on that day and said, you've got no sugar. Carbohydrates. If you take the bacon or out, so bacon's okay. Despite the story about nitrites being bad for you, you can't have nitrites in bacon. So with bacon, it's actually more than 50% than there is the bacon. So it's just again, you can't have bacon or nitrites in nitrates. And so your vegetables. Hang on, how can you have good nitrates and bad nitrates? No, that's the same chemistry. So that's just all BS propaganda. So people decide what they want to do. Again, I don't force anyone what to eat. But if you've got a bad diet, you've got poor metabolic health, and you've got diabetes or pre-diabetes, and you've got large waist sickles, so that's brilliant. Maybe you take another pack reading. What do you eat? I would recommend being the opposite of what we've been told. Cut down the sugar, cut down the carbs, and the seed oils, or animal-based product, which is going to be complete. Cut down something that's plant-based. I'm not saying you've got to become carnivore straight away. I'm sort of saying it's a transition, it's a learning. And I've got that to come with the talk. We take most people, most of society, and I can say that now, 93.2% of the last study done on the metabolic output. So that means 6% of the population of healthy, 6.8%, 93.2%. So if we take 93.2% of the population, they quite think that's all. I started with metabolic thing. I did 8 months. saying is that you go through the event, you're going to die by the way. It's just that triangular shape. And then I moved to a fresh local set, which is called low carb gravity. And then mosquito, now those people lecture space and almost can't. Some people move a different pathway, they become sick and they plant-based diet. It would increase their health issue because they've got but over time they will be micronutrient deficient, can't get the vegetables, can't get supervised, and they're not going to get enough iron, and so over a period of time they actually get sick and move towards low carb keto carnivore. And I say that because some of the most vocal people in this low carb carnivore space used to be vegans. They got sick, they got wrong. And I'm okay with people wanting to be vegan because I think they take an interest in the health, they take an interest in the environment, even though it's been swayed by their best interest in taking those beliefs. But they're interested in the outcome. And so then, I'm sure David's been excited covering vegans. Again, there's supporting people who knows the state. They're on the journey to better health. Going up that path. So I think it's a journey.
Alright, gonna eat.
It's actually.
Gonna eat.
If you're gonna go on a trip, what's the first thing you do about it? Your research. And then you decide if you're going to take the slow train or the fast train. So again, that's what people do. Start seeing whether or not myself and others and you can actually be making up this nonsense. They sound rational. I think they sound rational. Might be coming up with bizarre comments, which is against the mainstream. But in fact, the process of how I've got it didn't happen overnight. In some sense, you can go harder because you've got more than one package. You know, if you eat sugar, carbs, in excess, you're going to essentially like drop the whole body, and you're going to improve. And that's so let's go standard diet, standard diet to keto straight away. Along that way, you and the critics of this say, oh, you did do that before, athletic performance is going to go down. But that transition takes 6 to 8 weeks. Most of the studies looking at that are done for over 3 years. That sounds pretty like, oh, that doesn't work. Performance goes down, how they go through that adaptation. I was allowed to tell the story. We have a dietitian, and right at the beginning, she said, I think I've been using that. Going back 4 years and you switched on young triathlete. She said, I think we can improve diabetes. I went, yes, we can. So she wanted to travel all the time. To which she started a business which she gave to the team, but I wanted to just accuse the best interest. She was trying to, I gave a book called The Art and Science of Low Carbohydrate Performance by Steve Bond. Short book. Easy read. Alright. That topic. This is way back. Anyway, so she read it. She said, I'm going to do that. Now at that point in time she didn't do triathlons. For several years. She could not change her times. She was ranked reasonably well in Australia. And so she decided to do that. And 6 weeks later do a half iron, call it an iron person now. But knocked 45 minutes off her time, which is massive. So she plateaued and could not reach it. So knocked 45 minutes off her time. And then, so improved her swim leg, bike leg, run leg. 6 months later, she then did the Australian Championships and came third. But her career was plateaued till she flipped over and keto adapted, became a fat burner. The tragedy of all that is that she met a guy at that Nationals and has now married him with got kids and moved away from.
That's not for me. And honestly, I mean, I know this seems like a commitment, but I think if you're going to do it, particularly if you're doing it for a health reason, which is, I think, the main reason you should do this, as a physician, I talk about it in the context of, can I use it as a therapeutic tool to fix a particular health issue? And in that case, I think 3 months is probably an adequate trial to see if it's going to help. If you do it for 3 months, most people will see some significant improvement in whatever they're trying to deal with. If you get no improvement in 3 months, then hey, maybe go do something else. I don't. It doesn't offend me if people try it and it doesn't work for them. Great, you've tried it. I think that's more than most people are willing to do. But the majority of people that do it for 3 months will get a benefit. That's been my experience. That's not for me. And honestly, I mean, I know this.
You'll be in ketosis within a couple of days, but there are a lot of sort of other knock-on effects you have. You'll be better able to metabolize fat, ketones, and all these sorts of things naturally, and then utilize them better as you go. You get different genetic changes, and then you turn on and off different genes and things like that. That's all fat adaptation. Realistically, it's going to take years because eventually you're going to be turning on more genes and getting more mitochondria, and you just keep getting benefits from this. Be in ketosis within a couple of days, but there are a lot of sort of other knock-on effects you have. You'll be better able to metabolize fat, ketones, and all these sorts of things naturally, and then utilize them better as you go. You get different genetic changes, and then you turn on and off different genes and things like that. That's all fat adaptation. Realistically, it's going to take years because eventually you're going to be turning on more genes and getting more mitochondria, and you just keep getting benefits from this. Be in ketosis within a couple of days, but there are a lot of sort of other knock-on effects you have. You'll be better able to metabolize fat, ketones, and all these sorts of things naturally, and then utilize them better as you go. You get different genetic changes, and then you turn on and off different genes and things like that. That's all fat adaptation. Realistically, it's going to take years because eventually you're going to be turning on more genes and getting more mitochondria, and you just keep getting benefits from this. Be in ketosis.
How long does it take to adapt this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere. Depending on your start point, it can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. How long does it take to adapt this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere. Depending on your start point, it can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. How long does it take to adapt this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking,
It can be anywhere, depending on your stop weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're in the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. But, how long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere, depending on your start weight. It can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at.
If you're an athlete, you're doing the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. How long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation? Where are you coming from? Where do you start from? What does your endpoint look like? Sort of things to consider. I'd say, largely speaking, it can be anywhere. Depending on your start point, it can be anywhere from like a week or two to several months, or even up to a year. If you're dealing with some sort of, deadly, awful autoimmune issue, it can be up to a year to sort your body out. There's more than just gut healing. There's mitochondrial function, things like that to look at. If you're an athlete, you're doing the ketogenic diet, maybe 2-3 weeks even. It's certainly possible. It doesn't take too long for some people, but it's an impossible question for us to answer. How long does it take to adapt to this way of eating? How long is a piece of string? What is adaptation?
It's really, really important when you start keto to have the correct estimation of what it's going to take to do keto and what to expect. Because if you're going into keto with some idea that you're going to lose a certain amount of weight, or you're going to be fully fat adapted at this amount of time when it's really a lot longer, it can set you up for a lot of frustration and you may even quit. So in this video, I want to give you a more realistic time frame of really what it takes to become fat adapted. Now, the big goal of keto is to go from sugar burning to burning fat. And in past videos, I've always mentioned this 3 days, okay? It takes 3 days. That is the start of burning ketones. But you're definitely not going to be fully fat adapted within 3 days. It's just not going to happen. Especially if we add on all the other variables: age, menopause, history of having a slow metabolism, history of consuming a lot of carbohydrates. A more realistic time frame would be between 4 to 12 weeks. Yes, not days, but weeks. In fact, for most people, it really is going to start on the 4th week. Your body's finally adapted to fat and you're starting to burn fat. This also explains why most people will lose weight between the 1st and 2nd week. That's mainly water loss, okay? And then they may lose a pound the following week, and they're thinking, wow, it's not working. When it is working, because this mechanism, this transformation of your body creating a new machine to burn fat, just takes a bit of time. So I really want to shift your expectations to between 4 and 12 weeks. Now, with athletes, like professional athletes, it could take 12 months. Why? Because they're pushing every single cell in their body, and they have to be able to tap into that fat and use it as energy as quickly as possible. Now, how do you know if you're fat adapted? Well, number one, ask yourself, can you exercise while you're fasting with no dip in energy? Number two, can you go a long period of time without being hungry? You don't feel like you need to take a nap after you eat lunch. You can hold your urine through the entire night without having to get up and peeing several times a night. Now, there's another one as well. Within the first week of starting keto, the uric acid levels in your blood can double. That's just a normal thing that happens, and that can actually create even some gout in your big toe. The uric acid tends to follow the ketones, so if your ketones are going up, the uric acid will go up. And this is not a bad thing, it's just something that occurs. But realize that it's going to go away when you are fat adapted. So it could take up to 12 weeks before that completely goes away. You just have to wait until your kidneys have adapted to processing this excessive amount of uric acid. If you wanted to speed things up, keep bringing your carbs down lower and lower to even 0, and fast longer and longer and longer. Both of those actions are going to greatly reduce the time it takes to be fully fat adapted. Okay, before
before you go real quick, I have a course entitled How to Bulletproof Your Immune System. It's a free course. I want you to take it. And here's why. Here's you. Here is your environment. Everyone is focused on this over here, avoiding your environment. What about here? What about strengthening your immune system? That's what's missing. This course will show you how to bulletproof yourself, and so you can tolerate and resist your environment much better by strengthening your own immune system. I put a link down in the description right down below. Check it out and get signed up today.
Being truly fat adapted is an achievement. It's something that you should be proud of. It's a mark of hard work. It's a mark of doing things right, if you ask me. But there's a huge difference from being in ketosis and being fat adapted. And then there's an even bigger difference between being fat adapted and keto adapted. And in this industry, I'm getting a little bit annoyed with these terms being thrown around synonymously. They're very different with very different applications and very different processes, and quite frankly, varying amounts of work that are put into something. So let's break it down. I do want to make sure you hit that red subscribe button. Please hit that bell icon as well. And then after this video, I want you to check out Boo Foods, which is really a cool keto snack. There is nothing weird in these things. There's no sugar or alcohols. It's straight up monk fruit, clean keto bar. This is one of my son's favorite snacks. He's not keto. He just eats clean, right? So he loves these things. But they are delicious. They're macadamia flavored. They have a chocolate chip flavor. They have a cookie dough. Just their little bites are phenomenal. You can get them at Whole Foods. You can get them at Target. You can get them online. There's a link down below if you want to save a couple of bucks and get them shipped directly to you. Or you can go to your retailer. But might as well save some money and use the link down below. So big thank you to Boo Foods for the support in this video and for getting my family some healthy pantry staples to have around. So ketosis is simply when you have ketones in your blood. Period. Right? Like I could have ketones in my blood right now and say I am in ketosis. But does that mean I'm fat adapted? No. It means that I'm going through what's called ketonemia. Ketonemia means my liver has created ketones and I have ketones in the blood. The difference, fat adaptation, is where your body is primed and is used to utilizing fats as a fuel source. However, fat adaptation is not the same as keto adaptation. You can get fat adapted without doing keto. Keto is just a quick way to get there. Endurance athletes, for example, they work at a relatively low intensity for long periods of time where their body generally is using fats for fuel. Lower intensity activity like low intensity rowing, running, cycling, that usually uses fats. It's just an aerobic process that combines fat with oxygen to create energy. Well, that would mean that an endurance athlete is pretty fat adapted because their cells are used to using fats. But they're not necessarily eating a ketogenic diet. I know lots of endurance athletes that eat hundreds of carbs per day, but they're definitely fat adapted. They're probably somewhat dual fueled. The benefit of getting fat adapted via a ketogenic diet is that you probably get there a little bit faster. and you develop the ability to be highly optimized for that. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to touch really quickly on what keto adaptation is, but then I'm going to cover all these in a little bit more detail so you know what to look for and how to know. Keto adaptation is where you have been in keto for so long that your body is responding to the presence of the ketones in the blood differently. Because the ketones are not just a fuel, they act as a signaling device, and they do all kinds of hormonal things and different enzymatic things and different DNA genetic things. And they can only do those things if you're actually keto adapted, meaning you've been in ketosis for a longer period of time. Fat adaptation is fuel utilization. Keto adaptation is the adaptation to utilizing ketones as
There's a
signaling
Walking
devices
Dead
and
game.
higher levels of energy.
That's funny.
Let's talk mitochondria for 1 second. Keeping it simple, the mitochondria is where our body processes energy. And in most of us that haven't done keto, it's processing glucose, okay? It's processing glucose, turning those carbohydrates into energy, and voila. Okay, and then when we do certain kind of workouts or we do endurance work, the mitochondria utilizes fats. They have the ability to process both. However, they get optimized for one or the other. Now, what happens is the mitochondria has a half-life of about 1 to 2 weeks. And what that means is after 1 or 2 weeks, it sort of dies, if you want to call it that, and then it recycles and gives birth to
I
ultimately
need
new
more
mitochondria.
protein. Shit.
Well, it takes about 4 or 5 half-lives, cycles, generations, for the mitochondria to be
Let's eat my dad's
reborn with
eggs.
something completely new machinery. So let's say, for example, I have the mitochondrial machinery to process carbohydrates. It's very good at processing carbohydrates. And then all of a sudden I start consuming a bunch of fats, start doing keto. Well, at first, my mitochondria is going, what the heck's going on? I don't know how to do this.
Alrighty then.
But after a week or two, it goes through a half-life, and it develops a little bit more ability. It gives birth. It's like having a kid, and this kid develops new attributes. It is able to process things a little different in different generations. So this new mitochondria can process the fats a little bit more. Then another week or two goes by, gives birth to a new mitochondria. That mitochondria is a little bit better at using fats. And then another one is born. And that's even better until you get to 4 or 5 cycles of that. Then you have fully refreshed mitochondria. So largely you could say that it takes, 5 half-lives or anywhere from 5 to 9 weeks to really get used to utilizing ketones or fat, right? So that's kind of an inside look of how it works at a mitochondrial level. The thing we have to remember is that that can happen again if you're just doing lots of endurance work, or if you're doing lots of fasting, or if you're sitting in a sauna for a long time. All these things can trigger fat adaptation. It can also happen with ketones, because just because your cells are using fat and your mitochondria is using fat doesn't mean that it's efficient to use ketones. That's a different world altogether. So let's talk about fat adaptation as it continues. If you were to start keto right now, never doing keto before, you would find that your blood glucose levels would get pretty low. You would find that your body would kind of be in a little bit of shock. Your glucose would dip, you'd feel hypoglycemic. And this is normal because, once again, your mitochondria is used to using carbs. All of a sudden, you cut out the carbs. It still has all the mitochondrial machinery to use carbs. So for all it knows, you're starving it. Well, what they found in the research is that after a couple of weeks, that starts to stabilize. You start to see the carbohydrates go back into the muscle, because normally what you do is you pull the carbohydrates from the muscle into the bloodstream, or into the liver, and then into the bloodstream, and you use it as fuel. But they found that the longer that someone is doing keto, the more that their muscles are holding glycogen again, indicating that because your body is now more efficient at using the fats, it doesn't have to use the carbohydrates that are stored in the muscles. Now, what's interesting is that research showed that after a year and a half plus, this is still continuing to evolve, which shows that even if you're doing a low-carb or keto diet for a year and a half, you're still getting more and more and more fat adapted. The more fat adapted you get, the less you need to rely on carbs. And how you know you're getting fat adapted is you can feel it. You can feel like fats give you energy. You can feel it when you work out. You feel like you don't get winded as easy. You absolutely feel it. Now it's important that we talk about keto adaptation. Okay, so ketosis, ketones in the blood. I get it. Put myself in ketosis 24 hours by fasting. It doesn't become fat adaptation. Okay, fat adaptation, we covered. Keto adaptation is the next level. Keto adaptation is where your body has seen ketones in the blood for so long that it knows how to react to them. Because ketones are not just a fuel, they are a signaling device. Okay, now it gets complicated here, so let's keep it simple on this video. If you dive into more of my videos, if you want to go into ketones acting as a signaling device means that when the brain recognizes the ketones, they can actually bounce a signal off of them to trigger different metabolic things. Okay, for example, one that's complicated is called histidylase inhibition. Basic food unlocks more of your genes for you. It unlocks some more of your genetic code, so you can rebuild tissue, so you can have new stem cells. It does pretty miraculous things, but that is keto adaptation. That is when the brain recognizes, oh, there's ketones here. There we go. One very important thing to note from all of this, hopefully you can still watch this video, if not, you missed out. This is an important point. Ketone levels are not an indicator of how fat adapted you are. People might think my ketone levels are high, so I must be very fat adapted. If anything, it's kind of the opposite. For example, I've been keto for close to over 10 years now. Little periods off and on, but largely keto for 10 years. My ketone levels didn't keep climbing. Like, I don't have 10 millimoles of ketones in my blood right now. I have maybe 0.5. If anything, it's gone down. Because remember, your body's going to get more efficient at utilizing ketones. So you don't have to produce as much. You get by with less. So that's a stronger indicator that you're fat adapted or keto adapted, right? Because my body knows how to use the fats, it knows how to use the ketones. It doesn't have to, like, pump the gas all of a sudden to create a bunch. Whereas in the beginning, that might be the case. So don't get thrown off by that. Anything you get a measure is going to be your ketones are gradually stabilizing and lower and staying consistent without these random spikes. So anyhow, that's the difference between keto, fat adaptation, and keto adaptation.
Hi everybody, I'm Dr. Bosworth, and I am making this video specifically for all of you ketone lovers out there who have friends that just can't start the ketogenic diet because it's too hard. And this video is for them. So it's inspired because I had a house guest, our family did last week, and as you might imagine, our house is all keto, and our kids are keto, and so he shows up and he's like, oh, I've been dreading coming to your house because you don't have any carbs. I'm sure I just can't live without carbs. So, I'm not really pushy, but I'm like, oh, we can find you carbs. If you live in America, we can totally satisfy your cravings. And then I got to study him for like the next few days. As you watch him, you know, he's our age and he is amazingly intelligent. And of course, I can't help but like point out, like, geez, you know, your energy dies so quickly because of what you eat. And he's like, I know. And he was all irritated every time I pick it up. But I couldn't help it. I said, let me just show you one thing. You are in your body. You should have no swelling in your body. I want you to do something. And I asked him to take his thumb, and I want you to pretend this is his shin bone. And I said, push on your shin bone that hard. Push hard enough that you gotta blanch the capillaries or the red stuff in your fingernail, in your thumbnail. And I want you to push there for 30 seconds. We did it together, and my husband did it as well. We're all in our 40s. He's doing this, and then he says, stop us. And I said, you have swelling? That is not normal. That is not normal. Now I've got his attention. Your body holds on to that part. It's not meant to that. Like, oh, I can't do it. It's so hard, and I have readings every 2 hours. I tried giving it up, and I just got so crabby. Like, don't do that. Here is what I've been doing. Knowing what I know now, for the last few years, studying how to help you get from a carbon-addicted diet into a ketogenic diet. Just like my friend. He doesn't know that he has that much swelling in his body. He doesn't know that his fatigue is so heavy that his brain will work faster, better, smarter, if he uses ketogenic state. But he is trying to go through that to transition. And there's lots of people that want that. I learned in the last 2 years of really helping the patients, getting them from the place of carb addiction, 150, 200 carbs a day. Oh, doc, I'm trying to cut down. I have a different plan than I did when I wrote the book, Skinny Big Can. That's my graduated. Brain is not totally well on the retreat, and he's a smart guy. But he's been in a state of carb addiction for so long, he doesn't even realize it. So, in that story, I can do a lot of things that I know now. So, I'm going to tell you that in this video, what I would do with somebody like my friend, totally needs to diet for longevity, for health, He's not particularly overweight. He can lose 40 pounds and it would be great. So maybe that's overweight, but he's my friend, so we're going to look that way. But easy. So I'm going to flip over to supplies, and I'm going to show you what I would tell him, and what I did tell him at the time he left our house. He took us for like 72 hours. Alright, here's what I would do. Alright, so I would first remind you again that everybody that's doing a ketogenic diet, you know what's the reason for this diet, and what is happening in those 2 weeks where you say, hey, I can't possibly go there. Let's remind you that you have 3 fuels in your system. You get those fuels from carbs, fat, and protein. I actually don't like to talk about protein as a fuel source. Like protein, eat it, breaks down to amino acids, and that turns into not so much protein. I know that it's in the book, and I know that it is kind of a fuel source, but he's not going to use it. Alright, let's grab talking about is on one side, and along that goes with that carb energy left in your system. So when you first eat a high carbohydrate meal, the sugar in your system
man,
way
it's
up
fucking
all the way
sick.
down in about 2 hours. When I'm looking at a campfire, I think of that fuel as fuel found in like the kindling of leaves or pine needles in a burning fire. So it's really super fun and high energy. It's kind of sparkly to look at in the campfire, but it goes away and it will not keep it warm. Protein lasts longer. It doesn't spike as high in the closest world. But more importantly, I want you to focus on fat. Fat is like the log of a campfire. And when you go to light the fire in that campfire, if you only have logs, it's really hard to start, which is where my friend is stuck. He's like, I just gotta make you feel better, and it looks like a pretty place that you hang out, but I give up. I can't do it. Yeah, your logs are not burning. And if you sit in front of a campfire and you only try to light logs, you're gonna be cold. It does take a while. Once you get the log burning, you do these little tricks to get that instead of like real burning, and you burn faster. You have those logs in a fire, and you can just add another log, and it just keeps burning once you get it going. I really like that analogy because of where my friend is at. And that is that we need to start this mitochondria. This mitochondria only works these beautiful things called each of your cells, most of your cells. They are your burners. They burn energy. And when you feed them only carbohydrates, they go up and down and they cause constant issues. Carb only fuel. When you look at mitochondria burning fat, they have a strong, steady fuel like logs in the campfire. So that was wonderful. But how do you get them? My friend is at where I'm from. Alright, so we're going to watch this little, I know you guys think it's really important to our brain feels ketones. And here's the study that shows that. So it was produced, I think, 2016, 10 adults. They took tag, and they tagged both of the ketones that are in the head scan. So they're looking at their brain and how much their brain is burning fuel that's carbs. So how much is burning the ketones for that turns into fat. What they did is a 4-day study. These people were like my friend. They were not keto adapted. They were just normal folks just hanging out with carbs. They weren't particularly obese. So kind of like my friend, I would call them obese, but you can stand this weight. And the average age was 35, so between 20 and 70, just like my friend. Okay, so this is him. He's totally carb addicted, and for 4 days, they put him on a super strict ketogenic diet. Like, this is a super advanced 4.5 to 1 means for every 4.5 fat points for every 1 carbs plus protein. The carbs and protein is number 1, and the 4.5 is the fat calories. So that's crazy. So anyway, but it's really cool. Just hanging in there. Alright, this first slide shows the metabolism of the carbs. So look, you have this measurement over on the side. The higher up on that measurement, the higher the carbs that you have push out of the red zone and into that green and yellow zone. So this gets more impressive as hanging there. So now let's look at the metabolism for ketones. So day 4, day 1, we got blue, intense blue scans that show almost no carbohydrates. By the end of it, by day 4, look at how intense those ketones are in their brain. So again, the first day they were all blue. There was no ketones being burned in their brain. We couldn't light up a speck in their brain. By day 4, it's that quick that you could turn on the mitochondria in their brain to burn ketones. And I did not know that. I didn't know that you could do that fast. I suspected that these starvation studies would do that, but I thought it had to be completely fasting to do it. I didn't think an advanced ketogenic diet could do that. Out of the brains for glucose, for ketones over glucose. I'm just going to repeat this one more time. When you look at where they looked at these folks for 4 days, on day 1, they had no ketones, and they tanked it in their brain. That top line of the brain has lots of red in it because their brains were highly dependent on glucose. If you look at the ketone line, all blue. Hardly any cell was alive.
Get ready for the next battle.
When you get to day 4, their brains act completely different. The amount of glucose had reached the moderate to low, and the ketones were on fire. The ketones were the hottest you could measure. And look at all the red by day 4. That is amazing, and that is just like the brain of my patient, of my friend that stayed at our house last week. His brain completely keto-adapted, carbon-addicted, not a ketone in sight. So, if I locked him in a hospital, I could totally make his brain ketone. That's not the good approach. That's not where the brain is. Yet, improvement for his brain is highly dependent on whether or not he can get through this transition. So, hang in there. One more point. Your brain can use two of them to burn. Okay? They could use carbs, or they could use. The difference between these two is that same burst of a fire versus a long-acting fire. When I'm using ketones for my seizure patients, I need their brains to mostly be dependent on food. But here's the trick: the brain can't think. Their brain, your brain, my brain, all have to pull the fuel into the brain. It does not show up in itself in the brain. It has to have the brain. Which brings me to this slide. This is the ketogenic state. You can tell that because those blood vessels, those red square characters, which are meant to be the glucose. And you've got ketones circulating in your blood as well. When that happens, the brain has 2 ways to work. This is very much one of the most available is forward into the brain. This is the part where, over time, when they become insulin resistant, which I would use my friend, carbonation for so long, even though his blood sugars were terrible when I checked them, they were around 100, they were in diabetic range, they were high enough that I know his body was making excessive insulin. That means that blood-brain barrier, this glucose transport right here, is kind of wore out constantly being told by pushing the glucose, get the glucose in there. So his receptors right here, they aren't as efficient as moving the glucose circulation into the brain. That's why we get the brain fog of 2 hours without sugar. Okay, so transporter of the empty which is the little guy that lifts the ketones from the blood and puts it in the brain. And I would contend in my friend, they're all asleep. He doesn't have any idea what to do. Okay? So, if you look, our brain per ketone over glucose. And then the subtext is, as long as those ketones are available. So how do we do it? So if you look at this study, this is the last one I'm actually carried over to the study, was as we watch that glucose metabolism and we compare it to ketone metabolism. Metabolism, like blood numbers and how much of the brain is burning the ketones versus burning glucose. So think back to those hot images of how many cells in the brain are churning through ketones. And the higher the ketones were, so that bottom axis is like 3 to 4 to 5. As the number of the ketones go up, the use of glucose goes down. That's remarkable. I did not know that. And this means if I give ketones to the brain, if I give ketones to my patient, just make them available to that receptor to the brain. So the brain will reward with glucose. And I thought it was like burn up all the glucose before it would ever start to use ketones. This is what I would do for my friend. I would start with mitochondria to start this starting fire of thought where you ever change your diet. Like, what? Yes, fuel the mitochondria. Put the fuel in your blood and just let that hang out for like 2 days before you even decrease your blood. What's happening? This is ketones in a can. Beta hydroxybutyrate. Beta 60 tastes terrible, so every single one of those has stevia in it, which makes it taste better. Personally, I mix what I think heavy whipping cream. I do this for my friend, and he's like, oh, this tastes really good. And I mix it with ice, I blend it with ice, and it's awesome. It tastes creamy, and then like a shake almost, if you have it. And for sure, he is able to put in those ketones. I checked his blood ketones like 4 minutes after the supplement, and by golly, he had ketones floating around his brain. So what's the punchline here? When you look at ketones and how to raise them, there is good, better, and best options out there. And my patients that need to make the transition, they really know the health benefits on the other side of a ketogenic diet. I look to say, let's start with improving your ketones if it's a bit improvement. Now, it will only increase their ketones for 2 to 3 hours, so you might consider just sipping on this stuff all day long for 2 weeks. And again, I don't ask them to change one single thing in their diet. I just say, I need to turn longer inside your brain and your muscle cells. And this 2 to 3 hour ketone improvement is ketones in can. That's beta hydroxybutyrate, exogenous ketones that are everywhere. They've been around for a long time. But the next step, if I wanted those ketones to last longer, I would move into ENG triglycerides. And I might do that after he's transitioned into this next step. The trouble with ENG triglycerides is you do need to be careful when you first add them. If your gut is swollen at all, if its absorption is kind of off kilter, you're going to get diarrhea. It's an oil that your gut lining doesn't remember how to absorb. You got to kind of teach it how to do that. This is where I talk about lick the spoon. Just lick the spoon with your MCT for the first week. Kind of wake up the first few little cells, those enterocytes in your bowel to be able to let that slide through their absorption. Of course, the best way to raise your ketones is fasting. But there's no chance my friend is ready for fasting. That's advanced. He is in the good section. He's just going to stick to the basics, put those ketones in a can, let the blood flow the next 2 weeks. Watch how easy it is for them to decrease the carbs. It is amazing. I've done this with my patients with Alzheimer's. They can't remember well enough to cut out carbs. So they are addicted to carbs. And I work with brain to do a better job. So I put them on this for 2 weeks before I go into this to start having carbs. And oh my goodness, it has been the best trick I've ever seen. So again, if you want to stabilize this mitochondrial function, you begin to get it in the right way. I am a huge proponent of using the science today. Using the science today of your metabolism, fancy chemistry, or I ask them to suffer through the limitations of cutting their carbs. And especially my friend, he does need help, and I think there's so many people out there that could benefit from the ketogenic diet, but that first step into the ketosis is too off, but they can't do the chemical shift. So this is my hat. This is how I do it for them. So please share this video with anybody who says they just can't do it. In the show notes below, I do have PHP that the first thing I ever put my name on is because of this awesome trick to help patients get from not being able to produce one ketone to being able to that are equal to ketone by using supplements. So check it out, see how it works. I look forward to your feedback. So put your feedback in the show notes about how this works for you, or how what friends you have in mind that says, yes, they should be on a ketogenic diet. I know I'm going to send this to my friend, and even though he hasn't read my book, so you can, I bet when he starts learning keto, he'll have that drive to focus longer. All right, signing off. I'm Dr. Bod. Help me here, one keto at a time. Thanks for tuning in, and I look forward to reading your feedback in the show notes. Good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Bod. Welcome to the Dr. Bod channel on Sunday night. Joining us live. I have got a great show for you tonight, and I hope I have a bunch of you out there, because I am for your help. It's been a long time here. I've been on the show, and I'm going to need some help. So, in true fashion, I am checking numbers in front of you all while I wait. Thank you very much. It says, sounds good. Flash Gordon 1023. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am known for a few technical issues in the beginning. I keep thinking someday I'm going to have a producer and a tech guy and a sound guy, gal. In a few traditions that I like to do during the show, one of them is to check my numbers, and I haven't done that in a few weeks. Not really, but I've been around the machine a couple of times.
How is that?
I will just put a little bit of blood into my computer, and I will put another little trick into the same meter that I used for the blood. Live. So yeah, ketones, 9. I mean, that's not bad. 88. Here we go. So we'll check this at the end of the show. I just like to there's some stress levels. I am gonna start with just some announcements over the last week. I think we've got one of my New Year's resolutions this year has been to keep up with YouTube comments. Actually, I said I just need to funnel it in one area where all the comments come in. And I tried having somebody help me set up kind of a way to coordinate all the questions, like from Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, and from YouTube, email, and yeah, it overwhelmed the guy who was supposed to help me not get overwhelmed. So, alright, let's just
How does it break from that?
We're going to just focus on so as I have been doing this work again, looking at the comments, I have noticed how much there is a lot of questions out there from newbies. And as I am really working hard to get the last details of my book shored up, I'm very humbled by how much I learned, how much it reminds me of where I was before, and that is a very powerful message for me, especially these weeks where I'm shoring up and focus on the audience or not what people need. So I just want to say thank you for the people that have been putting your comments into YouTube, and I've been doing a little better job getting them answers. But I just want to recognize a few people there. Thank you for the folks telling me where you're from. I am going to have some audience participation tonight, so it's great to start by letting everybody on the channel say where they're from. It's another one of those moments where I am humble of how many people check in and have their health or just getting some education. I like doing it. I like teaching. I have some other kind of fun announcements. I have been looking to move my medical practice
South Dakota. And it's been something my husband and I have talked about for a while, but he started getting a medical license, so I have 3 states I am licensed in. That's the state of New York, the state of Florida, and the state of Texas. So as I look for a new medical home, I don't know a lot of physicians in those states outside of the keto speakers. And just want to throw the shout out that I am definitely just curious about where I'll end up and where I'm in. I've got one son in college in Hawaii, and that is super exciting. We get in-state tuition when we go to South Dakota, so I'll figure that out. But we also have a junior just about to graduate over the weekend. Made it to the Nationals for debating in 2003, which he really likes to argue and talk about. I think it's fun things to about nuclear war and why nuclear weapons are walk into LD states. You don't choose which side you debate for it, but you walk in and say, all right, you flip the coin, you're going to have to defend nuclear weapons. And then next time you walk in the room, you have to say why they should be abolished. Anyway, so just congratulations to my son who is headed to nationals in 2008. And
why do I sacrifice it so much?
Share my opinions of being licensed in 3 states as I look for so let's see, I've got a few more announcements. Last week I announced a couple things. So as I look at this next book, unlike the first book I wrote, which was more of a God thing, my mother was sick, and I was writing her little lessons on how to look for help. She was ready to throw in the towel, have a funeral. The cancer that had been attacking her white blood cells for over a decade was not listening to our chemotherapy. She wasn't doing well. She wasn't healthy. And the moment where she said, I don't want to die here, I was exact believers on the ketogenic diet and how it started running. A lot of what my clinic does, brain repair is what I like to think of. Internal medicine is chronic illness, is long-term management of these processes. That's what we are experts at. But my favorite has always been Huntington's disease, whether it's sleep problems or depression or anemia. I just that's a place I fun and they want to get into they're solving my grandma's brain was not doing well, her cancer was awful, and after I had been looking at the ketogenic diet, I said, okay, Grandma, let me call her Grandma Rose, even though she's my mom, but don't call her Grandma Rose.
For the next battle.
Let me show you what I would do.
Look at Raina.
And miraculously, she listened, and we did a deep dive into the ketogenic diet. And as I wrote those little lessons for her, her brain wasn't working well. So they were very specific, very simple, very not to get distracted with all of the places I wanted to go with the education. I delivered what she could use so I was thinking about advice. I really wrote the book as a memoir. My mom was going to die. And so I wrote what I taught her, and I think it took me to sell one book. Maybe under 50 in 6 months, but then something happened, and the story was inspiring to other people, and then they could buy the book and pass it to other people, and it was really amazing how people learn from that story. So fast forward 2.5 years as I started to write this next book. Once again, I don't think you should teach outside of storytelling. When I'm thinking about a process in a patient, I will use I'll use the experiences that I have from other patients over the years, and I'll use those stories as a way to inspire that they can get better, and not telling other people's names by information. Storytelling is a way to say, here's the ways your body can give us. So I have another story that I'm going to use Really the answer is, I see a lot of folks out there trying to program a lower trying to do it really hard. And it isn't hard, but I think the guide to help with your folks who are coaching other people, some of the other mistakes that I do in my time. And also, I just think you don't need to have a physician to help you through it. It's just food. And although there are some medical things that need to be paid attention to, I will be the first to say, not use an advanced doctor's medicine. There's lots of keto coaches out there that are really doing a great job of helping others. So I'm hoping that this book will give them some guidelines of places that I've run into trouble, and some places that I think I see keto coaches or I see keto newbies making some mistakes. So tonight we're going to go through a few of those mistakes. Some of them I made, and I've made for a while before I course corrected. But also, I'm using this as a time where in the comments I would love to know how long you've been on the ketogenic diet, and if you're under 6 months, or if you can remember, like the first 6 years of the ketogenic diet, you really want to hear about what we're talking about. I set my mind frame in what does it look like to eat a diet. I've had some polling that I've done recently, and I've had some new patients, not always good perspective, but as I have really focused my energy on writing the book, I want to hear from more people. I think I'm on the right track. So last week I offered something for the first time to do a download in the comments below in the show notes, and it's a link to something called toxic communication. It's kind of a sneak peek of where I'm going with some of the information in the new book, but there was a survey in there, and there's this little edit button that says allow anybody to edit the survey. And we accidentally clicked the edit button. I think by about the 5th or 6th person. There were edits that weren't supposed to be in there. There were not English words anymore. And then, so we kind of had a mess. So we fixed all that. So if you want to give us some feedback for toxic conditions, I'd love to let you click on that and download it as part of our school information. I don't send out a lot of emails. I just do every day. And again, I keep putting a high effort to answer the comments and questions. I really want this to be a place where people can come, ask questions, and be educated without being your medical advice, but really just be educated. So I love teaching, I love medicine, and I really can't believe how much the ketogenic diet has been a joy. I've spoken with several physicians over the last decade. Everyone's clinical, much like I was. They have a prescription for everything. I don't think and I was good because I really had an effort into this. I have support groups for free. I really engaged patient, and this is almost not working. And it wasn't working actually. Switched to what now, and that's the platform of how I think direct help, not being a physician, great information. So, well, there'll be a workbook that comes with this so that if you are kind of doing it on your own, if you're looking at support have the one person have the ability to guide all of you. But in any event, that's hopefully in the next couple of months. Want to be on that newsletter though, and on that part of the communications, click on the Toxic Traditions. It's free, and it's just a sneak peek of some of the stuff I'm working on. Alright, so I've got notes here, a couple things I wanted to do. I had a lot of you write in asking about my dad. So again, my dad is a wonderful, hardworking Midwestern, part Norwegian, I think so. Kind of a good picture, but South Dakota. For years had high blood pressure. Not terrible high blood pressure. A little bit of blood pressure medicine. For years, but quite told I wanted it. And she was kind of stubborn, so I let her be stubborn. Blood pressure ran at 140 to 160 over 90. And something happened which led to kidney failure. I've done a couple of shows on this, and recently, one little thing goes wrong, and the kidney is really powerful. It is a chronic inflammation that goes, and I've said many times that had I educated my dad with ketogenic diet and my mom about a decade ago, instead of years ago, kidney have done really, really aggressive blood pressure that's better controlled. I'm not sure we have ever prevented the protein problem that's not but it really has there, you know, that had I known about so thanks for those who've been keen on social media that's in the hospital and praying for you. Wow, so for that, he is home and we're back ready to get to the hospital. It's really hard to hold everything else, so I think it's hard to be ready yet. Alright, so that's most of the announcements. I think I've got, I did have my personal week. We like to do check-in when I do my work room, and I definitely had one of the tougher weeks for me, which was a week filled with patients and the high stress at the hospital. And I had sugar, I had cookies, things I do not usually have. And wow, the year, the last couple of years, had I had sugar a year ago, I would have not had a normal doctor's ratio for 4 or 5 years. And now I can go back onto my keto, getting healthier, in my world, my numbers, that I don't really lose a lot of weight. I don't want to, but I do have a, super impressed by the couple that have it. So I find that alright, so I am going to put my list. I'm not using slides tonight, so I'm going to use this just as me talking to you because I really want this to be a conversation that you guys help me with. And I can see your comments off to the side, but I'll just focus on this So the business of tonight, I really want to show you some of the mistakes that I think, had I known then what I know now, I would have done differently. And part of what patients, tell a story of another patient who's really had some incredible luck in coming to a ketogenic diet. His weight loss is one thing.
Get ready for the next battle.
His brain health, his heart health.
Tekken 8 World Tour.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in today's video, I'll be explaining to you the biggest reason why players stuck in learning matchups. So we're gonna cover how to learn matchup and which part is focusing on learning matchup. I have the diagram here. This is open practice 4 and this is randomly practice 4. But we're gonna just go deep into how to learn matchups. Let's get started. memorize everything. There is no reason. So like, let's say Yoshimitsu has 10 moves.
Junk food. Well, let's talk about that. What are the three main ingredients in junk food? Grains, sugar, vegetable seed oil. You can make a bowl of Lucky Charms with that. You can make a jelly donut with that. You can make a flour tortilla with that. You can make a loaf of just beautiful artisanal bread with those three ingredients. Those are the three ingredients that have led us to this just terrible metabolic disease epidemic. It's those three ingredients. And so those are from 2017 forward, my first 3 steps to adopting a proper human diet were, and still are to this day, stop all added sugar and most natural sugar. Number 2, stop all grains. Number 3, stop all vegetable seed oils. That's literally from 2017 to now. That's what I've been saying. And then there's more. I've been, fill up your plate with fatty meats and eggs with the yolk. That was number 4. And so that's still to this day. If anybody has been eating whatever and not thinking about diet at all, and they have a health scare and go to the emergency department, and they're like, oh my God, I'm not immortal. What do I need to do to maximize my health? That's still the first 4 steps into reclaiming the good health that you deserved this whole time, but didn't even dream you'd ever be able to achieve.
How in are you on the 2025 nutritional guidelines? Like, what's going on with all that? Isn't that supposed to come out soon?
It's coming out soon. Nobody knows.
Okay.
I've been talking to several people at the federal level behind the scenes, trying to help this. I've been posting about this. There needs to be a low carb option because the federal law states that the dietary guidelines should serve the health of the majority of Americans. That's literally in the federal code of regulations. And currently, 88% of American adults have at least one marker of metabolic disease. Over 50% have 2 markers of metabolic disease. They might have high triglycerides. They might have high blood pressure. They might be overweight.
Stretch my legs out. I'm sorry. Spread my legs out.
American adults are metabolically sick. Therefore, how do you not at least have a low carb diet option? I think low carb should be the dietary guidelines. But why not put a low carb option in there for everybody who's obese, who has type 2 diabetes, pre-diabetes, type 1 diabetes? That's the majority of the country. High triglycerides, high blood pressure. There needs to be a low carb option, and so nobody knows what the guidelines are going to say. My friend Nina Schultz has been very good about revealing the conflicts of interest. He actually published a kind of a web diagram of each person on the dietary guidelines and how many corporate conflicts of interest they have. Some of them have 20 conflicts of interest. They're literally getting money from 10 different big food manufacturers and 10 different big pharma manufacturers. Yet they're going to objectively decide what the dietary guidelines are, because in case your viewers didn't know, if you eat big food, pseudo foods, that's going to make you metabolically sick. And big pharma, they're not idiots, okay? They're very intelligent. They know that if you eat big food's food, you're going to need their drugs, right? And you're going to need their drugs every month, every day for the rest of your life. And so we're talking about billions of dollars on both sides, big food and big pharma. And so, of course, they're gonna have their tentacles, their claws, their talons as deep in the dietary guidelines as they possibly can. And so, I hope that it comes out that there's at least a low carb option, but I'm not holding my breath. That's why I'm still trying to just reach out to individual people and say, hey, there's a better way. There's a different way. It doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to be sick every day for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and the dietary guidelines, I mean, any kind of federally funded program, they have to go by those guidelines. So like in a hospital, I had a family member in the hospital last summer for a month, and the stuff that was coming on their tray was ridiculous. Full can sugar, Sprite, tons of grains and carbs. It was like pulling teeth trying to get a ketogenic plate. I made it happen, and I also cooked food and brought it in. But not everyone has that option. So having the low carb option as an option for people is vitally important. Just on that level.
And so here, it's even more devious than that. Because I've seen people post on Twitter, dietary experts say, well, nobody, the guidelines are irrelevant. Nobody even follows those anyway. And it's like, well, actually, if you've done your homework and you what the hell you were talking about, you would know that every preschool, free breakfast and free lunch has to follow the guidelines. It has to be full of grains, vegetable seed oil, and it's always going to have added sugar. Every single kindergartner, first grader, second grader, all the way up, they have to eat the guidelines at school. The school cannot deviate from the guidelines, or they'll lose federal funding. Every hospital, like you said, every nursing home, every prison, every jail, every single man and woman in the armed forces. You're talking about millions of Americans, and it's not optional. If you're in the Army, you got to eat what they say to eat. That's not optional. If you're in kindergarten, what are you going to do? Say, no, I want bacon and eggs to the cafeteria lady? No, you don't have that power. And so, yeah, the guidelines matter very, very much. And to people who are basically powerless, to say, I don't want a bowl of Lucky Charms. I don't want a Lunchable. I want real food. Sorry, no. If you're gonna eat at this cafeteria, you're gonna eat what we give you, and that's it. And we have to feed you this way because the federal government will take their federal money back if we don't feed you this way. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, really big deal. Well, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens here by the end of this year. I wanted to pivot over to some carnivore myths and misconceptions because you've been on YouTube forever. I've been on for 3 years, and I encounter them all the time. I'm sure you do too. One of the most common, I guess, critiques that I hear about carnivore is that it's too expensive. How do you usually respond to that?
Well, if you're not currently eating a carnivore diet, if you're eating a high-carb diet, then it looks like it would be super expensive because you assume that you're going to be eating the same amount of food and eating as often on carnivore that you would eat as in your standard American diet. You assume, God, 3 carnivore meals a day with 3 carnivore snacks in between, that'll cost $100 a day. I can't afford that. Because these average persons, not a dietitian, they're not a physician, they're not a PhD researcher, they don't understand that when you eat a diet that's full of healthy animal fat and healthy animal protein, that you stay full many hours longer during the day. They don't understand that meat is so nutrient dense, meaning that it's full of vitamins and minerals and fatty acids and amino acids your body needs, that once your body's gotten that full belly from a carnivore meal, all the nutrition is going through your surgeon, through your bloodstream, and your body's like, oh my God. And it's called satiation, not only physiologically, but mentally. Like, I'm so satiated, I'm so full. And then you wind up, you don't need any snack 2 hours from then. And you also don't need a meal 4 hours from then. And so what most people on carnivore wind up doing is eating either 1 meal a day or 2 meals a day. And if they might have a little evening snack or they might not, you wind up eating about half of the amount of food that you would eat on a standard American diet, or the ADA diet, or the AHA-DASH diet, which wind up eating less food. Therefore, you need to buy less food. And you can find meat on sale, right? You can find ground beef on sale, buy 10 pounds at a time, break it up into 1 or 2 pound servings, put it in the freezer. You can buy eggs. You can buy 3 dozen eggs at a time at the supermarket. Cans of sardines are cheap. Cans of tuna, cans of salmon are cheap. They're not perfect, but they're still very, very healthy foods. You can eat carnivore, but the average person, and many people on Twitter and Facebook, they actually post, here's my receipt from the supermarket. Back when I was eating whatever, it was $300 a week. Now it's $100, $150 a week. And I am fuller now, happier now, healthier now than when I was buying all that extra junk that really was just for the big food manufacturers. Now I don't spend nearly as much money, and I stay fuller longer, and I'm much happier and much healthier.
Yeah, I've had the same experience. I was able to feed a person for $100 for 1 month, and I lived in a affluent area. It's not cheap, but I was able to do it with all the sales and the different meats I was able to find. It's 100% possible to do it. What's your thoughts on processed meats? I always get questions. Well, processed meats aren't allowed. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think processed meats are fine. Because anytime you say, oh, processed meats are bad, compared to what? That's my next question. And so if we're talking to somebody of limited means, very often I am, right? Because poverty and being close to the poverty level, that's actually more common than not in the United States and in many other countries. These people can't afford $27 a pound. They can't afford that. And so that's who, if you're a carnivore purist and you're like only grass-fed, grass-finished, panda massage, that's the only thing that's truly carnivore, you're literally leaving out 95% of the population. They cannot do that. They cannot afford that. So are you really helping? Or are you kind of virtue signaling that you've got a good income? That's kind of what it feels like to me and to many people of limited means. And so if somebody, like all they can afford is the cheap ground beef discount supermarket, and they're like, I heard this was bad, and then I'm like, compared to what? If you didn't buy the cheap ground beef, what would you have bought instead? And they're like, I guess a loaf of bread and maybe some cereal and I guess some orange juice. I'm like, right. So the cheapest ground beef is better for you than that, right? And now let's talk about hot dogs and bologna, because that's all a lot of people can't afford. And cans of potted meat and cans of Spam. Is that bad? Well, compared to what? If you can afford $22 a pound something, fine, get it. You should. You should stimulate that economy. But if you're like, dude, I can't afford that, then, okay, I can either afford a pack of hot dogs or I can afford to just, I guess, buy chips and whatever. You're going to tell me the hot dogs, which are basically ground up meat, salt, and spices. That's what a hot dog is. Or bologna, ground up meat, salt, spices. What's the bad part right there, right? So yes, if all you can afford is hot dogs and bologna and Spam and potted meat, that's still some of the healthiest foods you can buy at the supermarket. And I know that triggers a lot of my carnivore purist friends. They're like, no, that's got nitrates. Look into nitrates. That's not a big deal. I've got a YouTube video about that. But so many of us have these islands of ignorance in our sea of knowledge. Everybody is susceptible to this. Like, you know a lot, but then there's this one thing you still don't know what you're talking about. And that's very common. It's ubiquitous. Over the years, I've found several islands of ignorance in my sea of knowledge. And somebody will leave in a YouTube comment and be like, dude, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wait, what? And I'll go look it up. I'm like, holy crap, they're right. Okay, I didn't know that. I've seen islands of ignorance in some of the most preeminent MD and PhD research in the carnivore, keto, low carb, primal diet space, because we don't have enough hours in the day to know everything about everything, right? And so bacon, oh my God, Dr. Berry said bacon's a health food. What the hell's wrong with him? Well, what is it? Bacon is not even ultra processed. It's sliced up meat, salt, and spices. How is that an unhealthy food, right? And so many people, they're like, yes, I'm carnivore, but bacon? What? Come on, just calm down, stop getting emotional, because that's what the other side wants you to do. They want you to get emotional. They want there to be infighting. They want the carnivore people to hate the keto people, and the keto people to hate the low-carb people. But what I'm trying to teach people is there's a proper human diet spectrum here. And whether it's low-carb with meat, or keto with lots of meat, or keto with even more meat, or carnivore with all meat, those are all proper human diet spectrum choices that are proper, that are healthy, and that are better than any alternative out there. And so I really hope that we can all start talking about a proper human diet. And if my friend Paul Saladino is eating lots of meat and lots of fruit and even honey, that's still better than what he could be doing, right? If you adopt his diet, that's going to probably be better for you than the diet you were eating. Or if you go to the other end of the carnivore spectrum and you listen to my good friend Dr. Chait. All these guys I'm friends with all these guys, right? And you're like, no, only grass-fed, grass-finished, ruminant meat, mate. Okay, great, fine. That's still a proper human diet. We're still friends. Or if somebody's been carnivore for years and they're like, I had to add back in 10 or 20 grams of sweet potato or Irish potato or rice. Okay, you're still eating low-carb or keto. We're still friends. That's still close enough to a proper human diet for me that how am I going to try to cancel you for that? What the hell? What's going on here? This is not a religion. This is not. This is a movement. This is a revolution, definitely. But it's a big tent revolution. There's room. If somebody just loves their sweet potato, who am I to fault them? I don't care. Eat your sweet potato. Just try to keep the carbs as low as you possibly can. If you can't afford the butcher box subscription, then buy your meat at the discount grocery. That's still a health food. Could it be better? Sure, of course. Anything can be better. But is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. I suspect that currently there's no meat on planet Earth that is as perfect as the meat from 1,000 years ago. Because we basically soiled the planet. We spoiled a lot of the grass and the soil. So my mantra is do as good as you can. Do as good as you can do. Do the best you can. And then let it go. Go outside and play. Yeah, that's literally the answer.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an anxiety-driven thing. Find what works for you. Whole, real food, meat heavy as possible, and you should be good to go.
100%. That's literally, I could write a nutrition textbook, and it'd be one page long and say just what you just said. And if I gave that textbook to every dietitian, every doctor, and they just went, well, shit, that sounds simple, but okay, that's the new textbook, and they just started teaching that. Do you understand? We would revolutionize health in the entire modern world. The epidemics of type 2 diabetes, of prediabetes, of metabolic syndrome, of obesity, of all these conditions would just plummet. Just from your one-sentence textbook, that would change the health of the entire world.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy that it's just that simple?
It's almost as simple as cows eat grass, period. Like, that's it. Unless you want to put them in a feedlot and make them artificially fat and artificially marbled, and also make a lot of money, it just really could be the cow, proper cow diet. It would be cows eat grass. The end. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The end. Literally, right? And the human diet is just that simple, but it's been made very complex and very muddy. And I think it's a good rule of human nature that anytime somebody's trying to make a topic much more complex and complicated than it needs to be, there's a problem. Oh, you need my supplements. Oh, you need this prescription. Oh, you need this whatever. No, you don't need any of that. You just need to eat a proper human diet and then go outside and play.
Totally agree. What is your take on diet drinks? Because I get this question all the time, like Diet Coke, things like that.
So I know people that I've known for years from the keto community who lost over 200 pounds. And Diet Coke they drank Diet Coke every day of that journey. Okay? So Diet Coke is less bad than a regular Coke. I think that anybody that wants to argue that, you're getting off in the weeds, because the most harmful substance in Coke.
Oh, man. See the joke.
Let's go.
Tricky little weasel. Extra fun. Yeah. Still blushing. Yeah, man. Bob's handsome. That guy. No. Good looking. Oh no. That's him. What's the point?
Final round. Fight.
We just listen to yeah. I broke that. GG. What if I had another hat? This hat's colors. Good. Oh, wait.
Round 2. Fight.
This is good. Clip that.
Round 3. Fight.
Round 4.
Fuck. 1,000 points. Halfway
Get
through
ready for the
Crucian.
next battle.
My points went down all the way.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
This guy's most basic outfit. This guy is letting me win on purpose. He's got 2-3-3, 2-3-3, like a palace. Why does he always get hit? Okay.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
That's like a KOR thing. Ah, that's something. Scary as hell. Oh, why? I could have here.
Get ready for the next battle.
This is music. Music time.
ready for the next battle.
Whoa. R Mika, I think that's that Street Fighter character's name. R Mika? Damn.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. You win.
Take my hat out. Hat off. She had to jump.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Shiba.
手頃な崖がなかったのでな。この場でとどめを刺して。すぐに理解。
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
Duelist 17's got a new Kazuya video. Bury me a motherfucking Jeep, bitch. I wanna die, so don't fuck with me. Be optimistic when you're home There's all my motherfucking friends.
Get ready for the next battle.
Doriani, nice. Oh lord. Everybody's gotta go. Be my nigga Kato. Whoops. Said the N-word. Yeah, nice combo. Nice. Nigga trying to hold my fan. Man streams. Kisses keep me guessing. Hope she knows something trusting. Reading a life in the band, making money off of cuss words, writing again. So I'll follow my pen. Nice Bucky. Grab. he charge me? Ow. Damn. Damn. One and done. They'll bounce and turn. They'll pound the lux with us to burn. More TP. The rest of me. Don't very headlong, punchy too. Come close and close, yeah, yeah. And all I never will be. As it goes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, make them see. But it doesn't matter. I gotta pee. Be right back. Gonna urinate. Explosive. Watch out. No viewers today. Nobody. Double Gen. Gold eyes. A lot of Tekken coins this patch.
Get ready for the next battle.
6.0. 6.0. 4. me by edges. How do you survive? I'm 65 and what's next? I gotta restart. Fucking. Like, this event. Kilo. Who's Sargo? Mundane. And niggas want Mo.
Get ready for the next battle.
Don't and then the nigga do. Let you too. Don't let see cry. And do it that.
ready for the next battle.
Table chin.
Round one. Fight.
I think I'm gonna play Double Jump. Uh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Come on.
Permanent heart's substance in the body, and that is supposed to last a lifetime.
What the hell is wrong with my... Hello. How are you? That's nice of you. Oh, you're getting paid?
Get ready for the next battle.
I wish I could play League of Legends or Dota MOBA games. I used to be really good at Dota. It was my main game. That's cool. Dota MOBA games are really fun. I wonder how many new Dota 2 characters come out. Since I last played. Kazuya? That's good. Oh, is he pretty out there? Like popular? Oh wow. And you've been helping him? Damn. If you're at that high of a caliber to be able to do that's pretty neat. Man. Damn. I'm actually, yeah, that's pretty nice, man. That's nice. 2 thumbs up. Scripted? Hey, guess what? I've been doing a low carb diet for for my mental health, and it's been working really well. Your content then for the content to seem legit on the viewers specific. You're health conscious as well, huh? That's nice. Hey, I don't think I asked how old you were. Fasting and cardio, wow. Fasting is truly powerful. But because of my psych meds, I can't do it. 26. September. Virgo gang, man. Virgo gang. My birthday is on the 11th. 10th in America. Yeah. I think I was about to have a stroke. Yeah. Korean birthday is September 11th. Yeah, it's 9/11, the terrorist day America got terrorized. Is that what you're trying to reference? You go to hospital. Oh crap. Synchronicities. That means is coincidence and Thank you. When's your birthday? I'll try to remember to say happy birthday on your birthday. '20th, okay. Try to remember it. I'll try to stream on that day and I'll have you come in and I'll say happy birthday to you as a gift. So you better do the same.
Get ready for the next battle.
Baby.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Hey Van Love, you're back. back again. Fan love's back. Tell a friend. Gotta concentrate. I'm dead. Ah. Oh. Teachers.
Round one. Fight.
Uh. Low. She's got a low heat smash. Fuck.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
I know what to do for that. The knee and stomp. I'm dead.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Oh, my left hip needs some decompressing. I'm dead. Why do I always suck up to that? Oh. Gonna end the stream after this. My eyes are dried out. Uh, I brought that. GG. Alright, ending the stream. Good night, guys. Or have a nice day. Bye bye.